Dan Fansler's Mordor Chevelle. He goes 1354 at 100 even. Sorry for those of you in internet land. I had the microphone set up wrong, but I assume you are now cursed with the sounds of my voice. We are live on YouTube. Just punch in Reading Drag Strip Live. You can watch us from just about anywhere you got internet signal. Comes Nick Giacone in the Platinum Construction Lane, driving the pick-em-up truck. Left the Comet at home. Figured he'd do the dirty in the daily. 085 on the tree. 096 for Paul Goyne. 68 Chevelle. It's going to be the Chevelle down there. 1176, 112. A little too quick. Again, 12 flat is the quickest you can dial in Sportsman. 1576 for Nick Giacone. Comes Nish Andrews and Len Hubbard. .068 red for Nish. Going to be a mid-12-second pass. How about 12:48, 110 for the 17 Challenger. Len Hubbard trips the beams in the Z car. How about 14-12, 100 even. Bob Harris, Craig Smith. 002 light for Craig Smith. That's going to be top qualifier so far here in the Sportsman category. In the 95 Z28, 1292, 105. 1259 for Bob Harris in the big old pick-em-up truck. All right, here comes a hitter out of Sacramento, Andrew Olson. Driving the Volvo 240 station wagon. Frequently see Andrew in Super Street competition. This is the Sportsman car. How about 029 on the tree for Andrew in the meatball wagon. Randy Bass, the Pontiac Ventura goes down the O2 Motorsports side. 1179, 116. Andrew, how about 1939. 70 miles an hour for Andrew Olson in what I have no doubt is the slowest car in Sportsman competition today. Here comes Josh Pruderbach and Billy Taggart. Now, this isn't the Billy Taggart you're thinking of. This is Billy Taggart with an IE. This is Mrs. Billy Taggart. This is Billy's daughter in the O2 Motorsports lane. Driving the 01 Ford Taurus. Josh Pruderbach, 57 V-dub in the Platinum Construction lane. Billy Taggart goes down right about the finish line. She goes 1735, 78 miles an hour. 1192, 111 for the V-dub and Josh Pruderbach. So Sportsman's coming out of the lanes. If you're not here, you're late. Also, just a quick note, those track champions from last year, Charlene does have your gold cards available, so don't forget to pick those up. They are available through our track president, Charlene Bramson. David Rudd, 033 on the tree, 1317 at 100 miles an hour in the 71 Nova. Slips him right into the number 5 qualifier spot as Ethan Bennett and Neil Eller go down the racetrack. Neil Eller out of Yreka. That's not Eureka, that's Yreka. The 70 Dodge Dart in the O2 Motorsports lane goes 1215, 108 miles an hour. Ethan Bennett out of Bella Vista in the Infinity, 1428, 98. All right, here comes Billy Taggart. This is Bill Taggart. Bill Taggart Jr. out of Pacheco, the O2 Motorsports lane. Driving his new race car, the Nissan Altima. He goes 045 RED red. Very uncharacteristic to see Bill dunk it red. Dave Stoffel in the Volkswagen. How about 012 to the green side? He goes 1241 106. Bill Taggart 1712 81 miles an hour. Once again, for those of you who missed it, Pro and Super Pro are going to be contested over 8th mile today. So no need to run it out the back door. Pro and Super Pro are 8th mile today. We've made that change in conjunction with the Summit ET Finals being held at Sacramento this fall. So once again, Pro and Super Pro are being contested over 8th mile today. The remainder of our categories are full quarter mile. All right, that wraps up the first round of Sportsman Qualifying. Motorcycles are coming out of the lanes now. Pro, you're right after them, and there's only a couple, so Pro, suit up. Going to put out the first call for Junior Dragsters, lane number 1. Tension in the pits, Junior Dragsters, lane number 1. Start cruising on in. Tension in the pits, Junior Dragsters, lane number 1. Jason Sauer and John Roberts. Going to be the first pair out on motorcycle. You may notice that one of these vehicles is not a motorcycle. It kind of looks like a snowmobile. Well, that's because it is a snowmobile. Snowmobiles are eligible for competition in the motorcycle category, along with ATVs and all sorts of other less than four-wheeled contraptions. John Roberts goes 029 red on the Snowma thingy. Jason Sauer out of White City, Oregon, 940, 146. John clicks it off early, 1330, 79. For the snowmobile comes Charlie Blunt and Russ Boat. Your second and conveniently final pair in motorcycles. Once again, Junior Dragsters, lane number 1. Junior Dragsters, lane number 1. First pair out in Pro ET, how about Tommy Myers and Tyler Wilson? Tommy Myers calls Weaverville home. He's cruising that 68 Barracuda in the Platinum Construction lane. Tyler Wilson's 72 Vega is in the O2 Motorsports lane. Shelley Garber and George Llewellyn go down the racetrack here. 009 for George Llewellyn in the Oldsmobile. He goes 719 at 98 miles an hour. 740 at 92 for Shelley Garber. Once again, Pro and Super Pro are 8th mile today, guys, so keep that in mind. Patrick Williams, Dan Gaylor. Dan Gaylor in the 73 Mopar, 683, 100 even. 665, 104 for Patrick Williams. Okay, comes Mike Reynolds and Pat Reimers. Now, I haven't spoken to Pat yet today, but I got a hankering that he's got a new motor today, or at least a refreshed motor, because when he was cruising the pits, the old 50 olds sounded pretty nasty. So looking for a quicker run for Pat in the Oldsmobile and maybe even a little bit of wheels up action. Who knows? Well, no wheel stand, but that's definitely faster than it was before. How about 663 at 106 for Pat Reimers? 754, 90 miles an hour for Mike Reynolds. So once again, guys, it's 8th mile for Pro and Super Pro. No need to stay in it after the 8th mile. It's not going to do anything for you except put more wear on the equipment. So Pro and Super Pro, just click off at the 8th. John Andrews and Shane Tatum. So once again, we need you guys to pull forward in the staging lanes. We need you to move with the line. Got a lot of cars here today, and we're trying to keep the lanes moving, so please pull forward when you're able to do so. John Andrews, 006 red. He goes 628, 109. Shane Tatum, 6:59 at 107 miles an hour. Here comes Mike Nelson and Jay Griner. Jay Griner, the second-generation racer out of South San Francisco, California. His dad's that infamous Carl Griner guy. He's cruising the 74 Pontiac Ventura. He goes 043 on the tree. Mike Nelson, 110 in the Chevy Nova. Out of the gate, he goes 626, 109, 676 at 100 even for Jay Griner. Robert Crum, last year's pro champion, going down in the O2 Motorsports lane. 63 Chevy 2. He goes 660 at 102 miles an hour. 643 for Big John Sullivan in the Austin Bantam Altered. Final call for Junior Dragsters. Final call. Junior Dragsters in lane number 1. Attention in the pits. Final call. Junior Dragsters, lane number 1. I'm going to put out the first call for Super Pro. Attention in the pits, Super Pro, lane 6 and 7, please. Super Pro, lane 6 and 7 for qualifier number 1. Sergio Gonzalez rolls the beams on qualifier number 1. Going to have no information on that one. So once again, if you were on our team for Team Reading at the ET Finals last year, I do have your Summit hats in the tower. So come on up to the tower and pick up your hats from the ET Finals from last year in Bakersfield. So once again, ET Finals hats are in the tower from last year. Come on up and pick them up. Rick Green and Jimmy DiMartini in that beautiful wheel-standing 67 Tempest in the O2 Motorsports lane. Jimmy, how about 659 at 102 miles an hour? 801 at 91 for Rick Green in the 74 Nova. Once again, final call, Junior Dragsters. Final call, Junior Dragsters. The only one we're missing right now is Madison. So, Madison, if you want to make your first qualifier for Junior Dragsters, come on down. Joseph Johnson and Ted Klein are your next pair out in Pro ET. Ted Klein, 049 on the tree in the poncho. He goes 663. Once again, I'm going to put the call out. Super Pro, lane 6 and 7. Super Pro, lane 6 and 7, please. Billy and Angie Goss, husband and wife, battle here in the first round of Pro AT qualifying. Going to be Billy, 0-12 on the tree. Dave Schaefer goes 004 red. Norm Bergman, hey, 008 green. 668 for the runner out of Concord, California. It's where I was last night. Donald Hans and Craig Smith going to be your next pair down the track. Don Hans, we have not seen this 56 Chevy wagon in a few years now. The car's back together and ready to go down the track. The bad influence in the Platinum construction lane. Nice easy hit for Don. Just quick shakedown run. Make sure the car's going good. How about 660, 99 miles an hour. John Skarbic and Eric Ciccone here in Pro ET. All right, Super Pro lane 6 and 7, please. Super Pro lane 6 and 7 for qualifier number 1. Junior dragsters are coming out of lane number 1 right about now. Once again, I do have all the Summit hats in the tower, so if you ran for Team Reading at the ET Finals last year, I do have your hats in the tower. Come on up and pick them up. It's going to be Colby Bates and Jaden Jones. Jaden Jones, the O2 Motorsports lane. Colby Bates going to be going down the Platinum Construction lane. Big thanks to all of our sponsors for this year for continuing to help us keep drag racing alive in Shasta County. Western General Engineering, Hardline Trucking, Apply Line Inc., Crown Motors, Dearman Pump, of the wonderful sponsors that we have. In addition to O2 Motorsports, your lane sponsors, as well as Anderson Trophies and Awards, the preferred trophy and or award vendor for the Reading Drag Strip. Junior Dragster program's pretty neat. It basically lets kids from the ages of 5 to 17 in these single cylinder, well, they're not really Briggs and Strattons anymore, but single cylinder hot rods in the 8th mile. $893 for Colby Bates. Jaden Jones goes $895, 71 miles. All right, guys, just in lane number 8. Lane number 8 is we can't have you just dumping golf carts over there. Tegan Glanzer and Owen Kinder going to be the next pair down for the Junior Drag as your defending Junior Pro champion. He goes red here by 13. 030 green for Owen Kinder. 796 at 81 mile green. Owen, 8 at, we'll call that 77 miles an hour. Anna Laura Kella goes down 809, 81 miles an hour after an 022 reaction time. Madison Jordan, Boston McConnell. All right, the Snack Shack and the T-shirt booth are open. It's on the east side of the racetrack. Just look for the big Jeans Hamburger sign. They are cooking Jeans Hamburgers. Imagine that. Also got hot dogs, nachos, coffee, hot chocolate, snow cones. East side of the racetrack. Just look for the big Jeans Hamburger sign. Dale Lindstrom and Joey Ericard are going to be the first pair out in Super Pro. If you're not here now, you're late. Once again, I need all those golf carts out of lane number 8, guys. Got a category coming into lane 8, so I need all the golf carts out of lane 8. Tension in the pits. Test and tune, lane number 8. Test and tune, lane number 8. Tension in the pits. Test and tune. Joey Ericart, big red. Something went wrong there. 301 on the red side. 035 green for Dale Lindstrom. John Propp and Todd Ross. John Propp goes down after an 024 bulb. He goes 481. Todd Ross, 513 at 135 miles an hour. Clicks it off in the 8th mile. Here comes Mike Thurber and Danny Meyer. Once again, test and tune, lane 8. Test and tune, lane 8. All right, I'm going to start calling West Coast Pro Gas. I need D-Gas. Tension in the pits, Delta Gas, lanes 2 and 3, please. Tension in the pits, Delta Gas, lanes 2 and 3, please. And how about Charlie Gas? So D and C. D Gas, lanes 2 and 3. C Gas, lanes 4 and 5. Charlie Gas, lanes 4 and 5. Delta Gas, lanes 2 and 3 for your first qualifier. Want to extend a special thank you to Crown Motors. We got Hunter Benford down here today from the dealership with a wide body Scat Pack Challenger and a brand new Mustang GT. Go check out those hot rods on the east side of the racetrack. Big thanks to Crown Motors. Shorn. .010 on the tree for Sam Tucker. .017 for Bobby Hartshorn. Test and tune, lane 8. Test and tune, lane 8. .005 reaction for Bill Wood. Keeps the 00 string alive. He goes 492. 654 for Jason Thurber. Puts Bill Wood at the top qualifier position currently as we keep rolling through here. Well, that didn't last long. Mike Brundage goes perfect. How about Trip Zip for the runner out of Palisadro? Your new top qualifier, Mike Brundage. Robert Crum and Spanky McGee. 6:56 for Robert Crum, 5:19 the run for Spanky McGee. Once again, we've started calling West Coast Pro Gas. Delta Gas, lanes 2 and 3. Charlie Gas, lanes 4 and 5, please. Attention in the pits. Bravo Gas, lanes 6 and 7. B Gas, lanes 6 and 7. D should be in lanes 2 and 3. C, 4 and 5. Now calling B Gas. Bravo Gas, lanes 6 and 7. Brian Meyer out of Chico, California. 68 Dodge Charger. The O2 Motorsports lane. About par 9 or a low 10. How about 957, 135 for the 68 Charger? All right, big thanks to Mike Bolduc of BPT Performance. We've got some gift certificates for you guys here. So the first person to win a round with a perfect light gets $50 for BPT Performance. Additionally, best losing packages for round 1 of Sportsman and Pro will receive the same prize, courtesy of Mike Bolduc and BPT Performance. Big thanks to Mike for his continued support of the Reading Drag Strip. All right, B Gas, Bravo Gas, lanes 6 and 7. Tension in the pits. B Gas, lanes 6 and 7. $985 at $129 for John Pearson, the 23T altered. Alan Aiken going to be your last test and tuner here in the 66 Mustang. All right, we're going to call A Gas, Alpha Gas. Tension in the pits. A Gas, lanes 2 and 3, please. A Gas, lanes 2 and 3. Brian Hughes and Patrick Williams. First pair out in D Gas, Delta Gas. This is 1060, heads up. Pro Tree. There it goes. Bang! 007. Patrick Williams right out of the gate. Brian Hughes, 021 on the tree. We're looking for 1060. Patrick Williams, 1059 with a 5. He's under by 5 thou. Patrick, definitely one of the tougher competitors in this category. Brian Hughes clicked it off early, 1150 at 90 miles an hour. Frank D'Souza and Glenn Jacobs are going to be your next pair in D-Gas. Glenn Jacobs, a 75 Monza, the O2 Motorsports lane. See a lot of Monzas in Vegas here in gas class competition. That's because they're lightweight. It makes them a little easier to react off of the Pro Tree. You need to get that car moving. 019 for Frank D'Souza. 041 Glenn Jacobs. Scoreboard doesn't say. 1079 for Frank D'Souza. 1046, the run for Glenn Jacobs out of Penn Valley. Here comes Norm Bergman and Bob Gonzalez. So Norm Bergman out of Concord, 66 Mustang in the Platinum Construction lane. goes 84 green. Bob Gonsalves goes 13 red in the Nova. 10:58 the run for Norm. 10:45 too quick for Bob Gonsalves. A lot of people going quicker than anticipated here in the first round of qualifying. Of the 6 cars, only 2 have been above 10:60 so far. Harold Binsfield goes 10:64, 123 in the 55 wagon. Sergio Gonzalez and Dan Fisher. Your next pair down, 0:11 for Sergio. Goes 10:65 at 118. That's pretty darn close. Dan Fisher, 10:42 at 125. Once again, A-Gas, Alpha Gas, lanes 2 and 3. Looks like you're coming down. That is a great job. A-Gas, lanes 2 and 3. Dave Sullivan. Is that Dave Sullivan out of Sacramento, California, of the Griner and Sullivan racing team in the 69 Roadrunner? Goes 037 on the tree. Robert Crum. Not quite ready for the Pro Bowl, but he was 130 on the tree. Time to throw a couple more shims in. He goes 10:41 at 126. Lee Roberts and Ron Coombs are going to be your first pair out in C-Gas. Charlie Gas. Index moves by a second. We're down to 960 now. Ron Coombs, Alberta, California, in the 67 Corvette. That is the final year of Stingray 1.0. And Lee Roberts out of Sparks, Nevada, the 41 Ford pick-em-up truck in the Platinum Construction Lane. Again, there ain't much of a line over there on the east side of the racetrack at the Snack Shack, over by the big neon Jeans hamburger sign. Cooking up Jeans burgers with the real Jeans family recipe, in addition to snow cones, hot dogs, nachos, you name it. East side of the racetrack. Go on over and check it out. 039 on the tree for Lee Roberts. He goes 963 at 133 miles an hour. Ron Coombs right behind him, 970 at 140. As we just now move into the afternoon and we continue C-Gas qualifying with Michael Karate and Ken Coombs. Ken Coombs goes 932, 145, too quick. Steve Papalius and Mark Capps. Next pair out in C-Gas. Steve's out of San Jose, the 68 Camaro in the O2 Motorsports lane. And Mark Capps, the 67 Mustang on the Platinum Construction side. All right, I'm going to put the call out for Super Gas. Tension in the pits, Super Gas. I want you guys in lane 6 and 7, please. You're just so tension in the pits, 7. Once again, Super Gas, lane 6 and 7, tension in the pits. Super Gas, lane 6 and 7, tension in the pits. Super Gas, lane 6 and 7.
Attention in the staging lanes. Attention in the staging lanes. Pull forward, please. As everybody else pulls forward, pull forward. Do not block the back of the staging lanes.
All right, tension in the pits. I need Super Gas to pull forward. Super Gas, pull forward. Super Gas, 6 and 7, pull forward. Gonna put out the call. Sportsman, lanes 2 and 3, qualifier number 2. Tension in the pits. Sportsman, lanes 2 and 3 for qualifier number 2. Once again, Sportsman 2 and 3. Sportsman 2 and 3, qualifier number 2. Jim Berg and Ron Connor coming out in A-Gas. This is the 760 index. Super Gas going down the track. Scott Brown, Mike Utley. Looking for 990. How about 976 for Mike Utley? 1006 for Scott Brown. Brent McKinney, Bob Heffley, your next pair. Motorcycles, lane 8. Motorcycles, lane 8. All right, Sportsman lanes 2 and 3. Motorcycles, lane 8. I'm going to call Pro ET, 4 and 5. Attention in the pits. Pro ET, lanes 4 and 5, please. Pro ET, 4 and 5. All right, guys, so you may notice that our scoreboards, well, if you've been here before, you know that they haven't worked for a little while. That's because we got hit with lightning last year. We do have brand new scoreboards here, but we ran out of time to install them. Vienna Taggart and Charles Erickson cruising on down the racetrack now. Vienna Taggart, that's Bill's ex-wife out of Bella Vista, California, in the Platinum Construction Lane, cruising the Honda. She goes 1673 at 85. Charles Erickson in the big old pickup goes 1698 at 82. Eric Ciccone and Bill Taggart coming up next. Bill Taggart, runner out of Pacheco in the Nissan. In the Platinum Construction Lane, he goes 009 red. Getting closer. Eric Ciccone, the 66 Ranchero in the O2 Motorsports Lane. 1209, 109 for the runner out of Eureka. Bill Taggart, 1696, 80 miles an hour in the Nissan. All right, guys. At the next race, we are tentatively having our banquet for the last year. So keep that in mind. Our next race is where we will have last year's banquet tentatively. Steve Jaslovsky goes 020 on the tree, 1286 at 110. Ethan Bennett, 1428, 98. Comes Elisa Coyle and Joy Tucker. Lisa Coyle, our trophy specialist in the Platinum Construction Lane, taking on former track announcer Joy Tucker in the O2 Motorsports lane. Joy goes red. If that was a race, Elisa would have won it. 142 on the green side in the Buick. So Sportsman's running down the track. Pros should be on their way to lanes 4 and 5. Motorcycles should be in lane number 8. Hello, motorcycles. Elisa goes 1743 at 77. Miss Joy, 1216 at 108 in the old ply. How about Len Hubbard and Billy Taggart now? Now that's Bill's youngest daughter, I believe. She's 17 years old in the O2 Motorsports lane. Driving the Tortoise. Don't laugh at the Tortoise, guys. This car has won over $5,000 and more than paid for itself in the last 3 years. Len Hubbard dunks it red, 5 thou, and the 350Z sees no improvement on his 9th qualifying position. He goes 14-13. Billy Taggart, 17-37 at 80 miles an hour. Special shout out to one of our key sponsors, Elite Towing, for providing tow services here at every race. Big thanks to Sean and the crew at Elite Towing for coming on out and making sure we can keep the racing surface clear for the vehicles. So big thanks to Elite Towing. Jordan Driscoll, Nish Andrews. Nish goes 1256. Jordan Driscoll, 1292 in the old Trans Am. Here comes Dan Fansler and Nick Ciccone. Nick Ciccone goes 1568. 1348 for Dan Fansler in the Mordor Chevelle. Paul Goyne and Josh Pruderbach. As we go through the second and final round of Sportsman Qualifying. Pruderbach, 1184.98, still too quick for Sportsman. 1202, 88 miles an hour for Paul Goyne. Both drivers clicked it off early to stay just above or under 12 flat. David Rudd out of Wien for the Blue Nova. After an 0.25 reaction time, Dave Stoffel was 009 red. He goes 12.54 in the V-dub. Here comes Andrew Olson and Vienna Taggart. Moving into the wonderful world of motorcycles. All right, I'm going to put the first call out for Junior Dragsters. Tension in the pits, Junior Dragsters, lane number 1. Junior Dragsters, lane number 1. Tyler Wilson and John Andrews coming up in Pro ET. Once again, attention in the pits, Junior Dragsters, lane number 1. Junior Dragsters, lane number 1. Attention in the pits, Junior Dragsters, lane number 1. Tyler Wilson, 23 red. John Andrews, 005 green. Moves him up to the number 1 qualifier position here. He just bested Norm Bergman's 008. Once again, Junior Dragsters, lane number 1. Tension in the pits. Junior Dragsters, lane number 1. 52 red for Rick Green. Dan Gaylor rolls the beams. Going to see no improvement for either one of these drivers. Dan Severson and Jimmy DiMartini. Jimmy DiMartini, the good-looking Pontiac Tempest out of Linden, California. Goes 006 red here. In the Platinum Construction lane, he goes 662 at 102 miles an hour. Dan Severson, 698 at 100 even. Angie Goss out of Shingletown in the Platinum Construction lane. Wins the Obscure the Tower Award for the burnout. Robert Crum in the O2 Motorsports lane. Last year's Pro champion, the 63 Chevy 2. Once again, Juniors, lane number 1. Juniors, lane number 1. Well, the 005 didn't last long. Robert Crum went 001 on that last pass. Moves him to the top qualifier. Tension in the pits. Sportsman, your ladder is posted at the tower. Sportsman, your ladder is posted at the tower. Motorcycle, your ladder is also posted at the tower. Sportsman and motorcycle. Well, Junior Davis just had a bit of a heart stopper. The old engine cover just decided to pop up and say hello. So, going to be a moment where we go down there and check on the Nova here. Sergio Gonzalez went 672 at 100 miles an hour. Shane Tatum and Pat Reimers. Shane Tatum in the, that's not a Camaro. That's a shoebox Nova in the Platinum Construction lane. And Pat Reimers in the good-looking 50 Olds, the O2 Motorsports side. .670 the run for Pat, 646 for Shane Tatum. All right, going to make the call. Attention in the pits. Super Pro, lane 6 and 7. Super Pro, lane 6 and 7. Patrick Williams, Tommy Myers. Patrick, 671. Tommy Myers goes 696. And the 68, Baccaruda. Ooh, John Sullivan. Coming out of the gate strong, 005 green. 640 at 108 miles an hour for Big John. Donald Hans, I've been corrected. He's far more formal than I gave him credit for. In the Bad Influence, 56 Chevy, two-door Dragon Wagon. The Bad Influence out of Redding, California in the Platinum Construction Lane. Taking on Norm Bergman. The O2 Motorsports side and the 66 Mustang. Pair of red lights, 014 red for Norm Bergman, 007 red for Donald Hans in the Dragon Wagon. Here comes Eric Giacone and Shelly Garber. Eric Giacone, the couple-of-time sportsman champion from the Samoa drag strip. In the Platinum Construction Lane, he goes 009 red here. Still looking for his first green light of the day in Sportsman. Shelly Garber, 178 on the tree. She goes 735. Eric, 760. Pretty much right on that 12-0. Quarter mile, that would be. Gary Hammers and Craig Smith going to be the next pair out. Wraps up the second round of Pro Qualifying. Transitioning into the Junior Dragster program. Going to have Jaden Jones and Colby Bates as your first pair down the racetrack. Once again, Super Pro, lanes 6 and 7. Attention in the pits, Super Pro, lanes 6 and 7. Also going to call Test and Tune to lane 8. Attention in the pits, Test and Tune, lane 8. If you're testing and or tuning, head on down to lane number 8. Attention in the pits, Cheryl Stillwell to the tower, please. Cheryl Stillwell to the tower, please. Keep on trucking through Junior Dragsters here. Tegan Glanzer and Owen Kinder. I feel like these guys just did this in the first qualifier, and they're like, we'll do it again. Tegan Glanzer, 027 on the tree, goes 795 at 81 miles an hour. Anna Laura Kella going to be your last runner out in the Junior Pro category. Attention in the pits. Pro ladder is posted at the tower. Pro ladder is posted at the tower. Sportsman, Motorcycle, and Pro, your ladders are posted at the tower. Tension in the pits, D-gas, Delta gas, lanes 2 and 3. Tension in the pits, D-gas, Delta gas, lanes 2 and 3, please. Boston, McConnell, Madison, Jordan. Your final pair of junior dragsters. Boston goes 1240 at 48 miles an hour. Madison Jordan goes 873 at 72 miles an hour. Once again, attention in the pits. D-gas, Delta gas, lanes 2 and 3. Charlie gas, 4 and 5. C-gas, lanes 4 and 5. D-gas to 2 and 3. C-gas to 4 and 5. Attention in the pits. D-gas, Delta gas, lanes 2 and 3. C-gas, Charlie gas, lanes 4 and 5. Bobby Hartshorn and Mike Warren. Mike Warren rolls the beams. Not going to get a time here. 007 for Bobby Hartshorn, 475 at 145 for the long car. Oh, Mike Warren did get a time, but it's not going to be a time he's going to be happy with. Bobby Hartshorn and Bill Wood, your next pair. Bill Wood, currently your number 3 qualifier with a 005 reaction time. It's getting pretty nasty out there in Super Pro. We've had 2 perfect lights, Mike Brundage and Dave Schaefer. Dave Schaefer's perfect light was actually perfecter than Mike Brundage's perfect light by about 6/10,000ths of a second. Puts Dave Schaefer at the current top of the board here in Super Pro. Todd Ross adds his not quite perfect 001 green for Todd Ross, puts him up to number 3, rounds it out with a 138 mile an hour pass after a 510 ET. Bill Wood goes 14 on the red side. 491 at 142 was his run. Here comes Dale Lindstrom and Mike Brundage. Dale Lindstrom, the chop top Camaro in the O2 Motorsports lane. And Mike Brundage, last year's Super Pro champion in the Platinum Construction lane. Something goes away on Dale Lindstrom's. Well, something goes away on Dale's car. We're going to push him off the starting line here. I'm guessing it was something in the gear make it happener because the engine sounded fine. Danny Meyer, Sam Tucker. Going to be your next pair out. Danny Meyer, the 68 Charger in the Platinum Construction lane. And Sam Tucker in the 32 Bantam Altered Mopar Power in the O2 Motorsports lane. .002 for Sam Tucker, 541 at 125 miles an hour. Ken McConnell and Kelsey Thurber. Ken McConnell, the O2 Motorsports lane out of Red Bluff. And Kelsey Thurber, the 3rd Gen Camaro in the Platinum Construction lane. Ken McConnell goes big red, 542 at 129. Kelsey Thurbert, no movement, stays qualified number 10. All right, here comes Sam Ivey out of Fortuna, California in the drop dead gorgeous black 53 Ford F100 pickup. That is a gorgeous machine, and the closer you get, the nicer it is. Jake Wood out of Redding, California in the O2 Motorsports lane, driving the long car. .006 red for Jake Wood, missed it by that much. He goes 520 at 132. Sam Ivey, 607 in the wheel stand and pick 'em up truck. John Prop, Joey Earhart. Next pair out in Super Pro. Joey Earhart, the Henry J in the O2 Motorsports lane. Very neat vehicle. You don't see a whole lot of Henry J's left anymore. You know, back in the day, there was this store called Sears, and Sears had a catalog. They would send you the catalog in the mail, and you could order just about anything you wanted. You could order a house through Sears, and believe it or not, you could order a car. You could order a Henry J through Sears. They just called it an Allstate. Joey Earhart goes 008 red, 688 at 98 miles an hour. John Prop was 003 red, and he goes 487. Udo Richter and Robert Crum in the second qualifier of Super Pro. 606 the run for Robert Crum. Tension in the pits, Bravo Gas, B Gas, lane 6 and 7. Tension in the pits, B Gas, lane 6 and 7. D-Gas should be in 2 and 3. C-Gas should be in 4 and 5. B-Gas, Bravo Gas, lane 6 and 7, please. Test and tune, suit up. Test and tune, suit up. Man, Dave Schaefer just set to kill today. He goes 006 on the tree to back up the perfect light. He's going to go into round number 1 as your top qualifier. Got Janeway. That's all I got in the 61 Chevy C10 in the Platinum Construction lane. Taking on Len Hubbard's car in the O2 Motorsports lane. Greg Stevens doing some driving out there in the Red Dawn, gets it gathered up. Attention in the pits. Robert Crum, we need you to the tower, please. Robert Crum, we need you to the tower, please. You don't pay Cheryl, you can't play in D-Gas. So Robert Crum to the tower, please. Preferably with your wallet. All right, D-Gas is coming out of lanes 2 and 3. C-Gas should be in 4 and 5. Bravo Gas, 6 and 7. I see you guys down there. Nicely done. Brian Hughes and Harold Binsfield coming up in D-Gas. Brian Hughes, 006 on the tree. Doesn't change his qualifying position. The gas categories you qualify based on the index. So your current top qualifier is Harold Binsfield for going a 1064 on a 1060. Sergio Gonzalez currently sitting at the number 2 qualifier spot. Comes Bob Gonzalez and Sergio Gonzalez. Bob's out of Concord, California. Driving the Chevy Nova in the Platinum construction lane. Sergio Gonzalez calls Biggs home. He's cruising that 71 Plum Crazy Plymouth Cuda as we continue through D-Gas on the 1060 index. Sergio goes 3 thou under. Holds on to his number 3 qualifier spot. Bob Gonzalez goes way under, 1034 on the 1060 index. That's, somebody better slow that, well, it's not a Mustang. Somebody better slow that Nova down. Patrick Williams and Dan Fisher. Dan Fisher, the good-looking Thunderbolt in the O2 Motorsports lane. Red lights a pair for Patrick Williams and Dan Fisher. Looking to improve on their qualifying positions. Attention in the pits. Cheryl Stillwell to the tower, please. Cheryl Stillwell to the tower, please. All right, going to call A Gas. I see most of you down there. A Gas, 2 and 3. Alpha Gas, 2 and 3. Moving on into C-Gas, this is the 960 index, a category that Mike Gillespie calls the number 1 qualifier. For the time being, here comes the second qualifying round. I know some of these other drivers would certainly like to snag that position away from him. Jason Martin and Lee Roberts in the C-Gas qualifier. 961.9 for Lee Roberts. Moves him up to the number 3 spot. Michael Karate and John Friel, your next pair. All right, attention in the pits, Super Gas lanes. Let's go 4 and 5 this time. Super Gas lanes 4 and 5. Attention in the pits, Super Gas lanes 4 and 5, please. Super Gas lanes 4 and 5, please. Once again, Super Gas lanes 4 and 5. Super Gas 4 and 5. There's going to be a moment here where we get John Friel off the racetrack. Tension in the pit. Cheryl Stillwell to the tower, please. Cheryl to the tower. I need some gas assistance. A, B, C, D, E, F, gas. Tension in the pits. Car number J700 to the tower, please. Tension in the pits. Car number J700 to the tower, please. Preferably with your wallet. Tension in the pits. Car number J700 to the tower, please. All right, guys, Test and Tune is not open right now. We are not running any Test and Tune for a little while here. Test and Tune is always time permitting. We are currently not running Test and Tune. All right, we're going to do a quick spray and prep here, courtesy of Mr. Jake Wood on the little quad bike thingy. So we're doing a quick spray and drag before A gas and super gas, and that'll wrap up the first round of qualifying.
Driver of car J700. Driver of car J700. Come to the tower, please. J700 to the tower ASAP. J.R. Davis. J.R. Davis to the tower, please. J.R. Davis, please come to the tower.
Tension in the pits. David White, your competitor in round number 1 of Super Pro, has broken. You have a competition single. David White, you have a competition single in round number 1 of Super Pro. All right, moving into A Gas. Roy Castagneto and Ron Connor in the Hunkin' Pumpkin. In case you couldn't tell, A Gas is the fastest of the gas categories. We're looking for 760. The index here, your current top qualifier, is John Hansen. Mike Utley, Brent McKinney coming up in the second qualifier here for Super Gas. Mike Utley, 106 on the tree. Definitely not going to help him out there too much. He clicks it off early. 993 for Brent McKinney. Moves him up to the number one spot. Knocks off Bob Heffley. Oh, look, it's Bob Heffley in the Platinum Construction Lane. Chevy 2 in the O2 Motorsports lane. $990 with a 5 for the Chevy 2. Going to move to the number one spot. Bob Heffley. $993 for the runner out of Napa, California. Comes Ray Nicholas and Ron Kelly Jr. Good to see Ron Kelly back at the track after an unfortunate car meets K-Wall incident at Vegas here last year in the O2 Motorsports side. All right, guys, so we got a couple pairs left, and then we're going to take a 15-minute break. So we're going to take a 15-minute lunch break here. Tower for the Summit ET categories. Come on down, get your ladder pairs, get ready for round number one. We're going to take a 15-minute breather, and we're going to head into round number one. Now, some quick procedurals here. So we are not doing buybacks today. We'll just wait for a moment. Okay, we're not doing buybacks today. The goal for today is to finish the first race and start the second race. So the goal for today is to start tomorrow's race tonight and get as far as we can in the hopes of beating the inclement weather tomorrow. So the goal is to get a couple rounds of tomorrow's race done tonight. That way we can just breeze through tomorrow and hopefully beat the weather. So that is the current game plan. No buybacks. 15-minute break starting in about 2.5 minutes. And we're going to try to kickstart tomorrow's race tonight. All right, attention Pro Gas drivers. In 20 minutes, there's going to be a drivers meeting at Roy Castagnetto's pit. So attention Pro Gas drivers, that's ABCD Gas. Going to be a drivers meeting at Roy Castagnetto's pit in 20 minutes. That's at 2:20. Drivers meeting at Roy's pit in 20 minutes. All right, and that's going to do it. So we're going to take that 15-minute break right now. We'll be back with you at 2:15 with round number one of Sportsman. Once again, drivers meeting for the West Coast Pro Gas Association at Roy Castagnetto's pit in 20 minutes. And again, just a little bit of administrative fun stuff. So we are planning on starting tomorrow's race tonight, time permitting. We're going to get through a couple rounds of it and hopefully shorten the day tomorrow, get an early start, and beat the weather. So that is the current game plan. See you in 15. All right, tension in the pits. Sportsman, round number 1 to the lanes, please. Tension in the pits. Sportsman, round number 1 to the lanes, please, with your laddered pairs. Ladders have been posted at the tower for a little while now, so Sportsman, round number 1, lanes 2 and 3 with your ladder pairs. Let's do this thing. All right, let's do this thing. Sportsman, round number 1, coming out of the staging lanes. If you're not here, you're late. Pro ET, lanes 4 and 5 with your ladder pairs. It's a big category, so once you have your pair, please pull forward in the lanes. Tension in the pits, Pro ET, lanes 4 and 5. Once again, there are a lot of cars in Pro today, so please pull forward and keep the lanes as condensed as possible. Much appreciated. First pair out in Sportsman. Going to be Ethan Bennett taking on Joy Tucker. $14.25 the dial in for Ethan. Leaving 2 seconds ahead of Miss Joy in that 66 Plymouth Satellite. Clean and green. Green lights a pair. Looks like Miss Joy has already caught the Infinity. Going to be a win light for Joy Tucker. 12:45 on a 12:15. She was 0:25 on the tree. Ethan's light started with a 3, and that's not going to get her very far here. $17.30 the dial for Billy Taggart. Tag Team Racing. Cruising the Ford Tortoise. Wairika's Neil Eller doing the chasing. About 1,000 feet, they're looking wheel to wheel. Going to be a win light for Neil Eller, 12:21 on a 12:15. Billy Taggart goes 17:40 on a 17:30. Missed it by a 10th. Comes Bob Harris and Charles Erickson. Couple of pick-em-ups. 1680 the dial for Charles. There he goes. 1265 the dial in for Bob Harris, who's now off and running. Once again, Pro ET lanes 4 and 5. Tension in the pits. Pro ET lanes 4 and 5 with your ladder pairs. It's a big category. We need you to pull forward when you have your pairs. Pro ET, pull forward. Thank you. All right. Back in the saddle again. Bill Taggart, Jordan Driscoll going down the racetrack. $16.90 the dial for Bill Taggart, the legend out of Pacheco, California, in the Platinum Construction Lane. He's on the brakes, and he turns on the wind light. How about 011 on the tree for Bill Taggart? He goes 16.97 on a 16.90. Dan Fansler and Voss Merdita. Red light for Dan, green light for Voss. Going to put the Firebird into the next round. Voss Merdita is somewhat infamous for coming into the Wednesday night street shootouts and just sort of sweeping the field. He's done it a couple times now. Dennis Bowman and Craig Smith dialed within 500 of each other here. $12.94 for Dead on Dennis. $12.99. Dial for Craig Smith, the runner out of Tacoma, Washington. How about Nick Ciccone? He goes green and takes the win. Dave Stoffel, red lights, out of the race. Tension in the pits, Junior Dragsters, round number 1. Tension in the pits, Junior Dragsters, round number 1, lane number 1. Tension in the pits, Juniors, lane number 1. David Rudd takes a win into the next round of Sportsman here. Bruce Thomas doesn't quite run the number. Oh, hi, Udo Richter. Katie says hello. She's cold in the snow without you. She's watching. She's watching. Junior Dragsters, lane number 1, tension in the pits. Junior Dragsters, lane number 1 for round number 1. Tension in the pits. Junior Dragsters, lane number 1. Juniors, lane number 1. J.R. Davis picks up the win, 624 on a 620 in the wheel standing Nova. All right, Pro guys, we need you to stay together. It's a really big category, so please pull forward. Pro, pull forward, please. Attention in the pits, Josh Pruderbach. I got something for you up here in the tower, courtesy of BPT Performance. You are the first round best losing package in the sportsman category. You have a $50 gift certificate coming at you. So we're going to soften that first round loss a little bit. So Josh Pruderbach, come on up to the tower and get your gift certificate. Oh, Shane Tatum, not going to be too happy with that one. He dunked it red. Angie Goss was 570 green, but she moves on to the next round. If you keep it green and the other guy doesn't, you usually do that. Moving on to the next round thing. Here comes Jay Greiner and Dan Severson. 7:05 for Dan. 6:79 the dial for Jay Greiner out of South San Francisco. In the Big Purple People Eater, Ventura. Jay Greiner picks up the win, 46 on the tree, dead on 4. Dan Severson breaks out. John Andrews, LB3A. That is unusual. Robert Crum, 14 on the tree, goes 657 on a 654. Dan Gaylor picks up the win here. Joseph Johnson at a 3:28 reaction time. Dan Gaylor, 63 on the tree. Goodbye 12th thou. Turns on the amber. Here comes Pat Reimers and Dave Schaefer. Dave Schaefer, your top qualifier in Super Pro. Your number 3 qualifier here in Pro, taking on Clear Lake's Pat Reimers in the 50 olds. Whale to whale, side by side, 7 feet down there. And the wind light turns on for Pat Reimers. Going to be seeing the Oldsmobile in round number 2. Takes out Dave Schaefer. It's okay, Dave. You got the single in Super Pro, so I think you're going to do all right. Well, actually, it might not be a single. You're still in Super Pro. We'll go with that. Steve Jaslovsky. Oh, man. Where do I even begin with this guy? Out of San Jose, California. Oh, and he breaks out. Oh, my goodness. Steve was 001 on the tree in the stick shift Mustang, and he breaks out. He goes 828 on an 832 dial. Hands the win over to Mike Nelson out of Chico, who kept it above the dial in. That is a tough loss for Jammin' Steve. Here comes Big John Sullivan and Donald Hans. Donald, the bad influence. 56 Chevy two-door wagon, the O2 Motorsports side. 661, the dial in. 640 for Big John Sullivan in the Bantam Altered in the Platinum Construction lane. Tension in the pits, Super Pro lane 6 and 7, Super Pro lane 6 and 7. Start rolling in. Tension in the pits, Super Pro lane 6 and 7 with your ladder pairs. Donald Hahn's going to pick up the win here. John Sullivan was 199 out of the gate. Donald Hans was 022 on the tree, and, well, I'd say he never looked back. Clearly he looked back, and then he hit the brakes, and then he turned on the wind light. So he's moving on to the next round. Sergio Gonzalez. Oh, it's a real red. Both drivers go red out of the gate. Sergio, the lesser of the two offenses, he's going to pick the win up here. 007 red beats an 022 red for Eric. Gary Hammer's taking a competition single here, as Billy Goss would have been his competitor. Billy unable to make the call. Tension in the pits, Super Pro lane 6 and 7, Super Pro lane 6 and 7 with your ladder pairs. Tension in the pits, Super Pro lane 6 and 7. Tension in the pits, how about D-Gas, Delta Gas, lanes 2 and 3. Tension in the pits, D-Gas, Delta Gas, lanes 2 and 3, please. It's only an 8.5 second head start, Andrew. I mean, you know, what's the big deal? Yeah. Once again, Super Pro 6 and 7, D-Gas 2 and 3. Oh, Jaden Jones fouls out. Anna Laura Sella is going to be picking up the win here. 012 on the tree. She goes 8:09. Jaden Jones clicks it off early. 9:52 at the 8th mile. Tension in the pits. Super Pro 6 and 7. D-Gas, Delta Gas lanes 2 and 3. D-Gas, Delta Gas lanes 2 and 3. All right, so I'm told John Andrews is out of competition with a vehicle breakage. So that's going to give... Oh, my eyes. That's going to give Joe Froome a single in Super Pro, a competition bye. Oh, and it's a real red. Tegan Glanzer, 017 red. Colby Bates, 001 red. Real red hands the win over to Colby Bates. Last year's champ is one and done today. Give someone else a chance to run away with the points lead. All right, Madison Jordan and Boston McConnell. It's going to be a 2 out of 3 affair, as far as I know. Maybe yes, maybe no. 12:38 for Boston in the O2 Motorsports lane. 890, the dial for Madison Jordan in the Platinum Construction lane. Madison Jordan's going to take the win here. Boston McConnell was 037 on the tree, and he broke out by 9 thousandths of a second. 12:37.1 on a 12:38. Madison Jordan, 891 on an 890. Going to pick up the win. Bobby Hartshorn on the single here. Dale Lindstrom would have been his competitor. Once again, D-Gas, Delta Gas, lanes 2 and 3. Tension in the pits. D-Gas, Delta Gas, lanes 2 and 3. Also going to call Charlie Gas. C-Gas, lanes 4 and 5. D and C-Gas. Head on down to the staging lanes for round number 1. Danny Meyer and Jake Wood going to be the first actual pair of Super Pro competition. 519 the dial for Jake, 585 for Danny Meyer in the big ol' Mopar. Well, I'm going to go ahead and call this one for Jake Wood. Yeah. 527 on a 519. He was 019 on the tree. Danny Meyer's light started with a 1. Not going to cut it here in Super Pro. David White on a competition single. Mike Warren would have been his competitor. Some technical difficulties with the Beretta sent Mike back to the trailer. Joey Erickhart and George Vanderpool. George Vanderpool and Joey Erickhart. Going to be Joey Erickhart picking up the win. 686 on a 685. Puts the Henry J into the next round. George Vanderpool missed the tree and missed the dial-in. His numbers added up to a whole lot more than Joey's numbers. So he's going back to the trailer. Here comes Ken McConnell and Bill Wood. The real Bill Wood, dialed 492 in the O2 Motorsports lane. 93 Victory Hardtail. 543, the dial-in for Ken McConnell in the Platinum Construction lane. Well, this one's got Bill written all over it. Yep. 004 out of the gate. 498 on a 492. Win light, Bill Wood. Comes Todd Ross and Jason Thurber. .508 for Todd Ross. 655 the dial for Jason Thurber. Once again, Delta Gas and Charlie Gas have been called for round number 1. D-Gas lanes 2 and 3. C-Gas lanes 4 and 5. Jason Thurber goes red. Todd Ross takes the freebie. 025 on the tree, goes 514 at 127 miles an hour out the back door. Joe Froome on a single. John Andrews would have been his competitor. Joe Froome goes 11 red, 497 on a 496. See him back in round number 2. Kelsey Thurber in the newly redded Camaro. Dialed 651. Leaving ahead of Spanky McGee and Twisted Racing in the O2 Motorsports lane. Marty Chinicheros, the car owner. Robert Crum and Sam Ivey, your next pair. Robert Crum, the 63 Nova, last year's pro champion, moves on to the next round as Sam Ivey red lights out of the race. Again, want to extend a big heartfelt thank you to all of our sponsors for their continued and new sponsorships here at the Reading Drag Strip. Big thanks to Crown Motors, Napa Auto Parts, Apply-A-Line Inc., Platinum Home and Auto Glass, Western General Engineering. Crown Motors has been a title sponsor now for a few years for us. They actually brought down some new cars for you to check out. They're on the east side of the racetrack. There's a brand new Mustang, and there is a wide-body Scat Pack Challenger in Destroyer Gray. Hunter Benford down here representing Crown Motors. Go on over there, chat them up, and check out the new muscle cars. Additionally, we also have Side Creations Pro on the east side of the racetrack. They're raffling off a motorcycle and a brand new Chevy Camaro. Proceeds to benefit children with cancer. So head on over to the east side of the racetrack, check out the Sign Creation Pro gazebo, and enter into that raffle drawing. Keep on moving through this round of Super Pro. Mike Brundage, late out of the gate. Woo! Dodged a bullet. John Prop breaks out. Mike Brundage was 80 on the tree. That is very uncharacteristic. And, yeah, dodged a bullet. Ron Kelly Jr., second-generation racer out of San Leandro, California, the Platinum Construction Lane. 646 the dial. 541 for none other than Sam Tucker, the 32 Austin Bantam Altered. Mopar Power in the O2 Motorsports lane. Sam Tucker picks up the win. 542 on a 541. The Austin Bantam moves into the next round. Ron Kelly Jr. missed the dial by about a tenth. Comes Udo Richter and Jason Vanderpool. Udo Richter, your 2020 Division 7 Sportsman Champion. In the Platinum Construction Lane, the 95 Victory. 606, the dial-in. 487 for Jason Vanderpool in the O2 Motorsports lane. Well, Udo Richter missed the tree pretty bad. Jason Vanderpool's going to pick it up here. 496 on a 487. Udo was 101 on the tree, and when your opponent's 008, that's a little too much going on there. Dave Schaefer, Mike Thurber. Dave Schaefer, your number one qualifier off the bottom bulb, the 66 Mustang in the Platinum Construction Lane. Tension in the pits. B-Gas, Bravo Gas, lane 6 and 7. B-Gas, Bravo Gas, lane 6 and 7. Also going to call A-Gas, lanes 2 and 3. B-Gas, Bravo Gas, lanes 6 and 7. A-Gas, lanes 2 and 3. Just like that, the top qualifier goes home. Dave Schaefer out in Super Pro. Tension in the pits. B-Gas, lanes 6 and 7. Bravo Gas, lanes 6 and 7. A-Gas, lanes 2 and 3. Alpha Gas, lanes 2 and 3. Moving into the West Coast Pro Gas Association. These guys are all heads up Pro Tree Index Racing. 1060 is the index in D-Gas. Red light, Bob Gonsalves. Red light, Glenn Jacobs. Real red. How about Glenn Jacobs? Going to pick up the win. 1064 on that 1060 index. Moves him into the next round. Here comes Dan Fisher and Frank D'Souza. Once again, attention in the pits. Bravo Gas, B-Gas, lanes 6 and 7. Alpha Gas, lanes 2 and 3. Dave Sullivan, Sergio Gonzalez. Well, these guys go way back. Oh, man. Well, I can talk about it. Sergio Gonzalez, perfect light. See if he can make it work. Yep. Sergio Gonzalez wins with a perfect light. He goes 1067 on a 1060. Dave Sullivan, 061 on the tree, breaks out by 2 thou. Sergio was perfect. Norm Bergman going to pick up the win here, 1068 on a 1060 after an 019 light. Brian Hughes, 40 on the tree. Going home. Here comes Robert Crum and Harold Binsfield. Once again, B-Gas, B-Gas, 6 and 7. Tension in the pits. Bravo Gas, 6 and 7. A-Gas, Alpha Gas, lanes 2 and 3. A-Gas, lanes 2 and 3. Tension in the pits. Dave Schaefer, you are the first round best losing package in Pro ET. So come on up to the tower when you got a moment. Dave Schaefer to the tower. Dave Schaefer to the tower, please. Lee Roberts, Ron Coombs. Heads up 960 C-Gas action. Tension in the pits. Super Gas lanes 6 and 7. Super Gas lanes 6 and 7 for round number 1. Tension in the pits. Super Gas lanes 6 and 7. Ken Coombs picks up the win. 10 on the tree, good by 18. Sends Scott Morgan packing. A-Gas is in 2 and 3. That is wonderful. Super Gas 6 and 7. Tension in the pits. Super Gas lane 6 and 7. And Summit guys, we've been updating the ladders here at the tower. So Sportsman, Motorcycle, Pro, and Super Pro ladders are updated at the tower. Come on up, get your pairs for round number 2. Going to be calling you up shortly. Michael Karate picks up the win. Double breakout. He's under by less. Chris Rhea and the 7-Up car go home. Tim Odell to the tower, please. Tim Odell to the tower, please. We need a tech inspection. Tim Odell to the tower, please. Tension in the pits. Super Gas. Super Gas. Lane 6 and 7, please. Super Gas. Lane 6 and 7 for round number 1. Tension in the pits. I need Sergio Gonzalez to the tower, please. Sergio Gonzalez to the tower, please. Super Gas, pull forward. Super Gas, pull forward. Tension in the pits. Sportsman round number 2, lanes 2 and 3. Tension in the pits. Sportsman round number 2, lanes 2 and 3. Pro ET round number 2, lanes 4 and 5. Tension in the pits. Sportsman lanes 2 and 3. Pro ET lanes 4 and 5. Once again, Sportsman lanes 2 and 3, Pro 4 and 5. Sergio, you're not in trouble, I promise. Jim Berg and John Hansen, your final. No, just kidding. It's the first pair of A-Gas. It's either the first or the final, and I guess it's the first. 760 is what we're looking for here. Jim Berg, that 67 Mustang. Well, that happened, and John Hansen redlit, which technically puts Jim Berg into the next round. Tension in the pits. I say hill to the front of the staging lanes, please. Miss Cindy Hill. Down to the front of the staging lanes. Come see Shirlene. Miss Cindy Hill. Today's news, followed by signature tune. Signature tune coming into the main straightaway. Signature tune, followed by yesterday's news. Yesterday's news, followed by tomorrow's troubles. All right, looks like Sportsman coming into 2 and 3. That is great news. Pro 4 and 5. Pro 4 and 5. Round number 2 with your laddered pairs. Tension in the pits. Pro 4 and 5. All right, Roy Castagnetto moving to the final with a guy whose car may or may not be broken. We'll find out. Super Gas, Ray Nicholas, Bob Heffley. 990 the index. Heffley out of Napa. In the O2 Motorsports lane. Ray Nicholas, the full body Mopar in the Platinum Construction lane. Win light turns on for Ray Nicholas, Bob Heffley. 10 behind out of the gate, 10 behind at the finish line, 24 total. 5 feet, Ray Nicholas. Here comes Mike Utley and Scott Brown. Oh, Mike Utley's playing mean out there. 005 out of the gate, 027 for Scott Brown. Oh, and it's still going to be Scott Brown. Wow. Mike Utley, substantial starting line advantage, could not run 990. Scott Brown, 3 feet, turns on the win. Here comes Brent McKinney and Ron Kelly Jr. Dave Schaefer on a test and tune here in the Platinum Construction lane. All right, motorcycles, pull forward in lane 8, please. Motorcycles, pull forward, please. All right, round number 2 of Sportsman. Jammin' Steve Jaslovsky in the Mustang and Paul Goyne in the Chevelle in the O2 Motorsports lane. Down there at the quarter-mile marker, scoreboard says it's going to be Steve Jaslovsky on a double breakout. He had a substantial starting line advantage, and that worked in his favor for the double breakout. Bill Taggart, 009 red. Eric Ciccone, 49 green, going to pick up the win here and move on to round number 3 of Sportsman. So Sportsman's coming out of 2 and 3. Pro should be in 4 and 5. Pro 4 and 5. Going to put out the first call for Junior Dragsters to lane number 1. Tension in the pits, Junior Dragsters, lane number 1. Again, it's been a great turnout here at the first Summit Series race. Want to thank everybody for coming out. Well, we're going to be a few minutes. We need to make a quick adjustment here. Do not stand near the flagpole. Do not stand near the flagpole. Andrew Olson and Nick Ciccone, the battle of the heavyweights in the not their own cars. Andrew, the Volvo station wagon, usually see him running super street. He's going to pick up the win here on a double breakout as Nick Ciccone goes further under the dial-in. The Volvo wagon into round number 3 of Sportsman. Comes Dennis Bowman on the bye run. $12.94 for the runner out of Yuba City in the Camaro. Dennis bunks it red, but that's okay. It's a bye run. He still won. $12.96. Run it through the speed trap there. 102 miles an hour. For dead on Dennis Bowman. Here comes Bob Harris out of Red Bluff and Neil Eller in the Dart Swinger in the O2 Motorsports lane. 12.15 for the Dart. 12.65 for the Chevy Long Bed. Clean and green, off and running. All right, again, Junior Dragsters, lane number 1. Junior Dragsters, lane number 1. Len Hubbard and David Rudd are going to be your final pair out in round 2 of Sportsman. David Rudd, the Blue Nova, doing the chasing. 13.15 the dial in. Does he catch the 350Z? It's a double breakout. David Rudd's going to pick up the win. The Blue Nova comes back in round number 3. Len Hubbard, well, he doesn't load up on the trailer, but he drives home. Here comes a motorcycle final. Jason Sauer and Russ Boat. Motorcycle final. 940 the dial for Jason. 968 the dial for Russ at a Rogue River. As we move into the second round of Pro ET, I want to take a quick moment again and thank all of our wonderful sponsors out here at the historic Reading Drag Strip. If it wasn't for them, we would not be able to keep drag racing alive in Shasta County. So a special shout out to Hardline Trucking, Western General Engineering, Platinum Home and Auto Glass, Supply Line Inc., and Napa Auto Parts, as well as Crown Motors for being our title sponsors. Additionally, I'd also like to thank Platinum Construction and O2 Motorsports for their continued lane sponsorships. The guys from Crown Motors were really nice. They actually sent down a couple of brand new cars for you all to check out. They're on the east side of the racetrack. There's a brand new Ford Mustang GT in a brand new Dodge Challenger wide body Scat Pack in Destroyer Gray. It's on the east side of the racetrack near the Snack Shack. Head on down there and check those vehicles out. Additionally, there's also Sign Creations Pro on site today. They are doing a raffle for a new Chevy Camaro and a motorcycle, I understand. So go on over and check out the Signs Creations Pro booth over there on the east side of the racetrack near the Snack Shack and enter into the raffle. They're waving now for all to see. Go see Sign Creations Pro down there by the Snack Shack. Jay Greiner and Donald Hans. 661 for Donald in the Dragon Wagon. 678 for Jay Greiner. Oh, and it's a red light for Donald Hans, 099. Jay Greiner picks up the win. Just so you guys know, Winner Circle is going to be at the conclusion of the event today. We're not going to be able to do it as the categories finish. So we're going to do one big Winner Circle deal down at the end of the race. Robert Crum and John Skarbick going down the racetrack. 70 Chevelle for John. 653. He does not move on. Robert Crum picks up the win. Last year's pro champion is still in it to win it. Next pair out is going to be Angie Goss and Jimmy DiMartini out of Linden, California in that beautiful Pontiac Tempest in the O2 Motorsports. 744, the dial for Angie Goss in the pickup in the Platinum Construction lane. Attention in the pits, Super Pro. Lane 6 and 7, attention in the pits, Super Pro. Lane 6 and 7 for the next round of eliminations. Attention in the pits, Super Pro. Lane 6 and 7. Win in the Tempest, Angie Goss. A little bit, gonna see Jimmy coming back. Here comes Sergio Gonzalez and Pat Reimers. Final call for Junior Dragsters. Final call for Junior Dragsters. Super Pro should be headed to lane 6 and 7. Super Pro, lane 6 and 7. 673 for Sergio. 670 for Pat Reimers in the Oldsmobile. Might be a little of an upset going on down here. No, not quite. Pat Reimers, big breakout, goes 657 on a 670 dial. Sergio, 673, dead on 0 with an egg to take the win and move on into the next round. Here comes Tommy Myers and Craig Smith. Craig Smith, the LT1 Camaro in the Platinum Construction lane. 818 the dial, one of the slower cars here in the Pro category. 696 for Tommy Myers in the Barracuda in the O2 Motorsports lane. Going to be Craig Smith picking up the win. Dan Gaylor on a single here. Gary Hammers would have been his competitor. A couple of West Coast Pro Gas runners here. How about Patrick Williams and Norm Bergman racing each other in Pro ET? 668 for Norm. 670 for Patrick Williams for the D-Gas runners here. Tension in the pits, Super Pro, 6 and 7, Super Pro, 6 and 7. Test and tune, lane 8, test and tune, lane 8. Tension in the pits, test and tune, lane 8. Breaks out, Norm Bergman. Going to pick up the win here and move on to the next round of Pro ET. Last runner out in Pro is going to be Mike Nelson out of Chico on the single in the Nova. So once again, Super Pro, 6 and 7. Super Pro, 6 and 7. Test and tune, lane 8. Test and tune, lane 8. Super Pro, 6 and 7. Going to put out the first call for D-Gas, Delta Gas. Tension in the pits, D-Gas, lanes 2 and 3. Tension in the pits, Delta Gas, lanes 2 and 3. For the next round. Greg Stevens out of Eureka, the Red Dawn, 67 Ford Fairlane. All right, guys, stay where you are. Let the safety crew do what they got to do. Stay where you are. This is why we have a safety crew. They're going to do their job. So just stand back, and we will be with you soon.
Driver is out of the car and appears to be okay. So just want to give you a quick update. There is quite a bit of debris on the track, down track, so we will get the sweeper out and get everything cleaned up. But most importantly, all the safety equipment looks like it did its job, and Greg seems to be okay.
All right, you've heard it a couple times by now, but Greg's out of the car and he's okay, which is about the best thing we can hope for in a situation like this. So we're just going to let the safety crew and the cleanup crew do their job, and we'll be back with you here shortly, where we will be moving into. I don't know. What are we moving into? Probably going to finish testing tune and then go into West Coast Pro Gas. So just stand by. So while it's quiet, we should have D gas, C gas, and B gas in the staging lanes right now. Bravo gas to 6 and 7, Charlie gas to 4 and 5, and Delta gas to 2 and 3 for your next round of eliminations. Again, our current strategy here is to run the first bit of tomorrow's race tonight. So basically, at the conclusion of eliminations, we will have one and done time trials for everybody, at which point we will go into the second race, and we'll pretty much get as many rounds done as we can tonight before finishing it tomorrow morning, aiming for an early start in the morning to beat any sort of inclement weather conditions. So thank you for hanging out. Big thanks to our awesome safety and cleanup crews as they're down there working diligently to clean up and freshen up the race surface. We will be back into round number 2 as soon as we're able. All right, Delta Gas, suit up. Delta Gas, suit up. Charlie Gas, you're next. Bravo Gas, lanes 6 and 7. Bravo Gas, lanes 6 and 7. A Gas, 2 and 3. A Gas, 2 and 3. All right, D Gas, 1060 index. Dan Fisher out of Redwood City here in the Platinum Construction Lane. Taking on Patrick Williams. It's going to be a good race here. These two are frequently seen in the late rounds, and they just happen to be laddered here in round number 2. Once again, B Gas, Bravo Gas, lanes 6 and 7. A Gas, Alpha Gas, lanes 2 and 3. Going to be Dan Fisher by 8 thou. Both reaction times started with a 1. Comes Harold Binsfield and Sergio Gonzalez. Norman Bergman, Glenn Jacobs. Hot tree for Norman Bergman. And Glenn Jacobs turns on the win light. Norm was 009. Got a little greedy down there. Glenn Jacobs keeps it 3 thou over 1060. Moves on into the next round. Here comes Lee Roberts and Steve Papalius. Well, there is a substantial advantage in favor of Lee Roberts. Yeah, and he's going to take it here. He capitalizes. Steve Papalius missed the tree and missed the dial. A-Gas lanes 2 and 3. A-Gas lanes 2 and 3. Tension in the pits, Super Gas 6 and 7. Tension in the pits, Super Gas lanes 6 and 7. Tension in the pits, A-Gas 2 and 3. Super Gas 6 and 7. Going to be Michael Karate picking up the win here in C-Gas. Jason Martin. Reaction started with a 2. That's about 2 too many. Comes Kent Coombs and Mike Gillespie. In C-Gas, we're on the 960 index. Basically, whoever gets there first without going under 960 wins. All right, wheel to wheel. A little bit of womp-womp going on. Mike Gillespie breaks out. Kent Coombs picks up the win. Portatree decided to give me lots of numbers on that one. How about 1.5 inches for Kent Coombs out of Galt, California in the Camaro, moving into the next round. Once again, Super Gas, lanes 6 and 7. Tension in the pits, Super Gas, 6 and 7. Tension in the pits, Sportsman lanes 2 and 3, please. Sportsman lanes 2 and 3 for round number 3. Tension in the pits, Sportsman lanes 2 and 3, please, for round number 3. Tension in the pits, Sportsman lanes 2 and 3, please. Well, Rich Fichter did that don't want to wait for the tree thing, so Ken Sacy is going to pick up the win here. Once again, Sportsman lanes 2 and 3. Sportsman lanes 2 and 3. Super Gas 6 and 7. Super Gas 6 and 7. Roy Castagnetto, it's the A-Gas final. Once again, Sportsman lanes 2 and 3. Motorcycles lane 8. Well, maybe not. You guys are done. How about Pro 4 and 5? Sportsman 2 and 3. Pro 4 and 5. Attention in the pits. Sportsman 2 and 3. Pro 4 and 5. Guys, I need you to clear the starting line. You're blocking the race. Guys, clear the starting line. Clear the starting line. Clear the starting line. Once again, Sportsman 2 and 3, Pro 4 and 5, Motorcycles lane 8. All right, guys, I need you to pull forward in the lanes a little bit if you can. You're blocking the return road back there, so please enter the staging lanes if you're at the back of the lanes. That way everyone can get to where they're going. Thank you, thank you. Sportsman 2 and 3, Pro 4 and 5. All right, Ray Nicholas picked up the win over Ron Kelly Jr. He's going to be in the final with Scott Brown out of San Ramon. For Super Gas comes Motorcycle. Attention in the pits, Junior Dragsters, lane number 1. Junior Dragsters, lane number 1. Start rolling in. Junior Dragsters, lane number 1. We continue the round of motorcycle qualifying here. I want to extend a special thank you to all the sponsors out here at the historic Reading Drag Strip, from Platinum Home and Auto Glass to Apply-A-Line Inc., Dearman Pump, Hardline Trucking, and our title sponsors, Napa Auto Parts and Crown Motors. Additionally, our lane sponsors, O2 Motorsports and Platinum Construction, for joining us again this year. Much appreciated. Crown Motors actually sent down a couple of brand new cars for you to check out on the east side of the racetrack. Look for the new Mustang and the new Challenger. Well, I'm told they already left, so they were here, so I hope you got to check them out when they were here. Once again, Pro 4 and 5 juniors, lane number 1. Juniors, lane number 1. Here comes Steve Jaslowski and Eric Ciccone. Little Sonoma on Samoa matchup here. 12.79 for Steve. The Mustang in the Platinum Construction lane, and 12.07 for Eric Ciccone in the Ranchero in the O2 Motorsports side. There is a substantial starting line advantage. It is owned by Steve Jaslowski, and he breaks out. Steve was 0.21 on the tree. He breaks out by 4 thousandths. Eric Ciccone, 12.12 on a 12.07, moves on into the next round. Here comes Joy Tucker and David Rudd. Gee, I wonder if they've ever raced each other before. 12.18 the dial for Miss Joy, and 13.07 for David Rudd, the Blue Nova. Not to be confused with the Red Nova, the Blue Nova. Out of Wilton, California, the O2 Motorsports lane. Green lights a pair, very similar reaction times. 3 thou separate them on the tree, and down at the finish line, it's going to be Joy Tucker. 12.19 on a 12.18, good by 10. David Rudd, good by 16. It's 9 thousandths down there. It's 15 inches. And it's Joy Tucker. Dennis Bowman and Neil Eller. Your next pair down in Sportsman. Once again, Pro ET 4 and 5. Pro ET 4 and 5. Tension in the pits, Junior Dragsters, lane number 1. Junior Dragsters, lane number 1. Going to put the first call out for Super Pro, lane 6 and 7. Tension in the pits, Super Pro, lane 6 and 7. Double breakout down there sees Dennis Bowman pick up the win light. 1295 on a 1297. He moves on into the next round. Andrew Olson taking the bye run here in Sportsman. Getting the old meatball down the track. 1947. The dial in for the Dragon Volvo wagon. He goes 1941 at nearly 70 miles an hour. Jay Greiner and Shelly Garber lining up in this round of Pro ET. Once again, Junior Dragsters lane number 1, Super Pro lane 6 and 7, Super Pro lane 6 and 7. Test tune lane 8, test and tune lane 8. Red light for Jay Greiner sends Shelly Garber into the next round. Comes Robert Crum, Mike Nelson. 618 the dial for Mike Nelson, 654 for Robert Crum in the Platinum Construction Lane. Last year's Pro ET champion in this category. He really ran away with it. Red light for Mike Nelson, green light for Robert Crum. Puts the Chevy 2 into the next round. How about 656 on a 654 for Robert Crum? Sergio Gonzalez coming out on the single. 671 is his prediction in the O2 Motorsports lane. Once again, Super Pro lane 6 and 7, Super Pro lane 6 and 7. Tension in the pits. Juniors lane number 1, Juniors lane number 1. Gonna put out the call for D-Gas. Well, here's a good race of brewing. Craig Smith and Jimmy DiMartini. Going to be Craig Smith picking up the win. How about 30 total? 816 on an 816 with an 8 and a 22 bulb. Jimmy was 21 on the tree, but he missed the dial by 23. It's going to be 1 hun down there, 2 feet. Your margin of victory for the Camaro out of Washington. Here comes Dan Gaylor and Norm Bergman. 665 the dial for Bergman out of Concord, California. The powder blue Mustang. He's on the O2 Motorsports side. Dan Gaylor, the big ol' Mopar, Battle Mountain, Nevada, in the Platinum Construction Lane. While Norm Bergman pretty much does what he did in D-Gas, 009 red. Missed it by that much. Good by 15. Dan Gaylor missed the tree, but he moves on into the next round. Once again, Delta Gas and Charlie Gas to the staging lanes. D-Gas 2 and 3, C-Gas 4 and 5. Don't forget, guys, the goal for today is to start race number 2. So the sooner we finish race number 1, the sooner we can kickstart race number 2. Looks like the Junior Dragster final round here. Anna Loricella and Owen Kinder. Anna and Owen score. Well, the scoreboard doesn't say, but Portatree says Anna going to pick up the win here. Wow, check out that margin of victory, guys. 9/10,000ths of a second win light for Anna. Doing some math here on my distance of victory-o-meter. Looks like a little over an inch down there at the finish line. All right, it's the battle of ex-wife and ex-husband currently taking place down the racetrack. Billy and Vienna Taggart. Going to be Vienna down there. 1677. Billy goes 1764. All right, we're moving into Super Pro. Jam and Joey Ericart. 685 the dial in the Henry J. And Jake Wood. Dialed 520 in the O2 Motorsports lane in the long car. All right, both drivers have pre-staged. Bump, 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 bump. Tiny bump, tiny bump, tiny bump. Joey is in. Here comes Jake. Ooh, this is going to be tight. Clean and green out of the gate. Going to be Jake Wood down there. Right lane wins by a hole shot. How about 4 3/4 feet down there for Jake Wood, 527 on the 520. Michael Thurber and Kelsey Thurber. It's going to be Michael Thurber, old age and treachery. Kelsey Thurber had a killer tree, and it looks like she gave the finish line back. Michael Thurber moves on. All right, guys. Well, unfortunately, we are going to have to call it. There's going to be no second race today. Basically, due to the weather conditions and the way the cold's creeping in, we are not going to try to start race 2 tonight. It really stinks. We really want to keep racing, and we want to keep sending you guys down the track. However, we also want to make sure the racing surface is safe and make sure everyone makes it back after the round. So we're going to finish today's race. The motorcycles are going to be able to finish their eliminations today. However, we are not going to start the second race tonight. Boy, Robert Crumb's finger must have slipped off the button. 86 red. Joe Froome was 009 green. Good by 17. 23 total for the runner out of Red Bluff. Tension in the pits. Super Gas lane 6 and 7. Super Gas lane 6 and 7. I'm looking at Super Gas. Just kidding, they're not running. Tension in the pits. Sportsman lanes 2 and 3. Sportsman lanes 2 and 3. Pro 4 and 5. Pro 4 and 5. Motorcycle lane 8. Tension in the pits. Sportsman 2 and 3. Motorcycle lane 8. Pro 4 and 5. Sportsman 2 and 3. Pro 4 and 5. Motorcycle lane 8. All right, guys, we've made the call. Based on the weather conditions, there's going to be no race tomorrow at all. So unfortunately, we're going to reschedule. If you've already paid for tomorrow, do not worry. We've got you marked in the system. You'll have a rain check waiting for you at the gate. So no worries. If you've already paid to enter, we've got you covered. We're going to finish tonight's race. We're going to finish strong, but we're going to have to reschedule tomorrow. The cold's already creeping in tonight, and tomorrow's not going to be any better. It's going to be cold and overcast. So we appreciate it. We want to give you guys the best experience we can, so we are going to have to reschedule tomorrow's race. That said, we're still racing tonight's race. Sportsman, lanes 2 and 3. Pro 4 and 5. And motorcycles to lane 8. And hey, what about Super Pro 6 and 7? That's a lot of stuff. So basically, yeah, Summit Cars. Why don't you just come back? That'd be kind of cool. Summit Cars. Russ Boat and Steve Stone. Second and final pair of motorcycles here. 975 the dial for Steve. 970 for Russ. Off and running. Right lane takes the win. It's a hole shot. That means Steve had the better reaction time and basically ran further off the dial in, but still took the win. How about 6.5 feet down there for Steve Stone? Super Pro 6 and 7. Super Pro 6 and 7. Tension in the pits. Super Pro 6 and 7. Tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. Super Pro 6 and 7. So once again, tomorrow's race has been postponed. It's going to be a rain check. If you've already paid for it, we've got you marked. No worries. So you don't need to do anything. We will know at the gate. And with that, there's going to be no more test and tune for tonight. We really need to finish the summit race. So once we finish what's in the lanes, there's going to be no more test and tune for tonight. Moving into Sportsman, Andrew Olson, Joy Tucker. It's going to be about the biggest split you're allowed in Sportsman. How about 7 seconds head start going to Andrew Olson in the Dragon Volvo wagon. 1944 is his dial-in. Once again, Andrew, 1944, the dial-in the Dragon Volvo wagon. 1217, the dial for Miss Joy Tucker. In the 66 Plymouth. All right, Andrew Olson's away. We still got a good 4 seconds. There goes Joy. Got a lot of ground to make up. She's through. His shoulder on the brakes in the Volvo, and he breaks out. Andrew goes under by 17 thou. Joy, good by 42. About 16 feet down there, and that's a couple feet too much. I can't do the math on that. I'm too tired. But Andrew breaks out. Joy Tucker moves on. Dennis Bowman and Eric Ciccone. Your next pair out in Sportsman. Dennis Bowman and Eric Ciccone. Your next pair out in Sportsman. Definitely a starting line advantage here for one of the vehicles. Ought to see some brake lights right about now, yep. Going to be Dennis Bowman coming back. 1296 on a 1295. Eric Ciccone missed the tree. He was 093 out of the gate, and that was not going to cut it to Dennis's 027 bulb. So it's going to be Dennis Bowman and Miss Joy Tucker in the Sportsman Final. Gee, I feel like we've done that before. Maybe here, once or twice, or maybe thrice. Comes Robert Crum, Sergio Gonzalez. 665 for Sergio, 655 for Robert Crum, last year's Pro champion. Delta and Charlie Gas to the staging lanes. Delta Gas, Charlie Gas, Delta Gas, 2 and 3, Charlie Gas, 4 and 5. Tension in the pits, Delta and Charlie Gas. Robert Crum picks up the win. Substantial tree advantage. And there he goes. Once again, D Gas, 2 and 3, C Gas, 4 and 5. Super Pro final call. Super Pro final call. Delta Gas 2 and 3. Charlie Gas 4 and 5. Comes Shelly Garber on the single. Shelly Garber, 29 on the tree. She goes 737 on the 738. It's getting quick out there. Moving into Super Pro. Once again, Delta Gas 2 and 3. Charlie Gas 4 and 5. Joe Froome, Mike Brundage. Three dragsters and a door car. That's all that's left here in Super Pro. Ooh. Oh, man. Getting nasty out there. Going to be Joe Froome. How about 007 off the starting line? Good by 14, 21 total. Mike Brundage was 26 on the tree, and this is the part where I get to say Kevin Diadamo's favorite thing. He was mathematically ineligible. Shout out to Kevin. He was supposed to be up here this weekend, and I am sure that he is no doubt saving somebody's bacon on tires. So big shout out to Kevin, B&G Tire, down there in Napa. Not a sponsor, but might as well be, let's be honest. Comes Mike Thurber and Jake Wood. 565 for Mike in the Camaro, and 522 the dial for Jake Wood in the Dragster. That's what they call him on the East Coast. It's a Dragster. Okay, guys, this one's going to go down to the wire. Computer box says, hey, how about that Jake Wood guy? 016 on the tree, good by 18. 34 total. 5 feet down at the finish line. Mike Thurber was 009 off the starting line, and he had to do some driving down there. Couldn't quite run the number. Jake Wood moving on to the next round. All right, so I'm told this is Madison's very first race. And not only is it her first race, she's in the winner's circle, guys, for the junior dragsters. How about a hand for the junior novice winner today? Ray! All right, I'm just going to start calling Summit cars back again as soon as you're able. Sportsman Pro and Super Pro, turn and burn, guys. We need you back as soon as you can. I know that there's a cool down window. I also know it's 50 degrees outside, and the racing surface does not get better by the minute when it's 50 degrees outside. So, Sportsman Pro, Super Pro, start turning and burning. Get them back as soon as you can. Thank you. All right, D-Gas final, Delta Gas, Dan Fisher, Glenn Jacobs. 1060s a pair, Monza and a Fairlane. Tree drops, well, that was easy. Glenn Jacobs goes red. Clicks it off early, says, well, I sure ain't going to win this one. 006 on the bad side, Dan Fisher puts the Thunderbolt into the next round. Just kidding, there is no next round. He won. Dan Fisher, D-Gas winner. Michael Karate and Kent Coombs out of Galt, California. It's your Charlie Gas final, 960. Here comes the tree. There goes the tree. There's, well, when their head's up, you can really see one car move before the other one, and I know you all saw it, but it's going to be Kent Coombs with the starting line advantage and the finish line advantage. Whole shot win. He goes 973. Going to be your winner today in Charlie Gas. So once again, Sportsman Pro and Super Pro, we need you guys back as soon as you're able. Want to get this thing in the bag before the sun goes down. So Sportsman Pro and Super Pro. Yeah, never mind.
Because we have people running Pro and Gas and stuff, and they have no problems.
If that was for Elisa, she's finishing something up. Steve Stone and Charlie Blunt. When light turns on for Charlie Blunt. How about the octogenarian out of Oroville? Turns on the win light, 923 on a 920. Steve Stone couldn't run the number. Charlie Blunt pulls it off. Once again, all winners back to the lanes. All right, guys, half price off nachos till they're gone over at the Snack Shack. Half price on nachos until they're gone. Here comes the Sportsman Final, guys. It's Dennis Bowman and Joy Tucker. Pair of orange, well, cars, I guess. Dennis Bowman, the orange crate, 68 Camaro in the Platinum Construction Lane out of Yuba City, California. 1291 is his dial. Joy Tucker doing the chasing. 1220 is her prognostication. The 66 Mopar in the O2 Motorsports lane. Giving up about 7/10 to the orange crate. All right, well, I think this one's already been decided, but we'll just make sure. Yeah, okay, it's been decided. Going to be Dennis Bowman. He has just been nasty today. How about 003 off the starting line for Dennis Bowman and a Sportsman win for the Camaro. Joy's Light started with a 1. She broke out more trying to get there first. Double breakout. Sees Dennis Bowman picking up the Sportsman win. Here comes Robert Crum and Shelly Garber. Gonna see who gets to race. See who gets to race the Camaro here. Winner here's going to be Shelly Garber, guys, by 3 inches down there at the finish line. Robert Crum had a Hun out of the gate, and he either gave it back or didn't get there. Shelly Garber by 3 inches is going to the final with this guy, Craig Smith, in the Camaro. All right, Super Pro. Final round is in the water box. It's Joe Froome and Jake Wood. 522 the dial for Jake, 497 for Joe Froome. All right, Super Pro final round. Jake Wood, Joe Froome. 522 for Jake, 497 for Joe in the O2 Motorsports lane. Joe Froome has been chopping the tree down today. I mean, chopping. But Jake's made it to the final round, so clearly he's been doing some work too. Well, it's anybody's race. The scoreboard says Joe Froome, 16 total. 10 on the tree. 10 on the tree, dead 6. Jake Wood was 23 on the tree, and that's that ineligible mathematically thing again. So Joe Froome going to pick up the win in Super Pro. We're just waiting on the Pro Final. Just waiting on that Pro Final with Craig Smith and Shelly Garber. Give it up for your sportsman winner, dead on Dennis Bowman down there in the winner's circle, the pilot of the Orange Crate. Final call for the Snack Shack. Final call for the Snack Shack and the T-shirt booth. Final call. Once again, we're looking for Shelly Garber and Craig Smith to the staging lanes for the Pro Final. Well, that was a pass, I guess. No data, rolled the beam, so what you saw is all I know.
Pro Final, Pro Final. We are just waiting for you, Pro Final. Come on up. We are ready for you.
Joe Froome, your winner today in Super Pro. All right, here comes your pro final, Shelly Garber and Craig Smith out of Tacoma, Washington. Runner makes it down to the final round. Puts Pacific Raceways pretty up there on my to visit list, I'll tell you that. $819 for Craig, $741 the dial for Shelly Garber in the Chevy Vega. Jake Wood, your Super Pro runner-up, working on extracting himself from his race car. Shelly staged. Craig, bump, bump, bump. There he goes. Woo, all right. Okay. We're going to see how this goes. Here comes the 8th mile. Oh, how about Shelly Garber, your pro winner? Craig Smith was 013 on the tree to Shelly's 183, and he could not run the number. Shelly Garber in the 71 Chevy Vega is taking a win back to Anderson, California from the Pro ET category. All right, guys, that is a wrap here from the historic Reading Drag Strip for Summit Series race number 1. Once again, race number 2 tomorrow is on a rain check. Basically, we're going to postpone it to another date due to the inclement weather conditions. It's going to be cold. It's going to be cloudy. Not going to be good racing weather. So we're going to put that one on hold. We will announce it over the internet when we have the rain out date scheduled for that event. So want to thank you all for coming out to support us. Want to thank all of our awesome sponsors, from Platinum Home and Auto Glass to Apply Line Inc., Western General Engineering, Crown Motors, Dearman Pump, Napa Auto Parts, you name it. Thank you so much for helping us keep drag racing alive here in Shasta County.